another EZ3DTV tutorial today. We're just going to do some leisurely and casual rendering, making some stuff in Daz Studio. We are working today with a 4090 graphics card, and we will be doing that in Daz Studio 4.24. Okay, now this is not the Daz Studio 2024. I really have not been able to well, it's an exciting prospect, the 2024 program. Very exciting prospect. I am right now have spent the last few days trying to decide if I wanted to buy a 5090, and there are a couple of reasons why I am hesitating to do so. And one of them is that the 5090 does not have any apps, any of the plugins available. And I would say that's probably the biggest problem I have with it, is that there are no plugins available. Because I would just assume, the thing is about what's really strange is Daz 4.24, it seems incredibly stable. It seems like the pinnacle of what they were trying to achieve with the version 2. With the version 4, okay, is that they were attempting to make a program that is that works very well with the plugins that the PAs have created. And so I have to make sure that everything is going right here with my channel. I'm going to take a look. And while I do this, we'll play the splash screen. All right, and I assume we have sound. Good night, Nicholas, to you. Welcome, friend, welcome. I am very glad that you have been able to make it today to the live performance. Welcome, welcome. So, without too much introduction, which that may have been already too much, we're going to go here to our all scene, and we are going to look into, so again, good evening, Angus. How are you from the hinterlands? Hello, 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 hello. So, the thing about using a 4090 with Daz Studio is ultra scenery. Okay, ultra scenery is like the funnest thing. Ultra scenery and ultra scenery XT, and also the classic ultra scenery, and that is also an amazing. And what's so amazing about it is that you are able to use those what would you call them, landscape generators, that you're able to use those landscape generators. Let me know if there's anything wrong, if the audio is wrong, if anything is wrong with the screen. Is that you're able to use those landscape generators fluently and without any kind of real hindrance, okay? Now, when I had my 3090, Ultra Scenery would kind of bottleneck my system, and switching to the 4090 and jumping to like the 4X PCI Express made so much of a difference, okay? And so now this new Daz Studio, I believe the 4.24, they've changed like the color. I don't know what it is about this, but my ears are freaking out. They're just not liking this, my sound right now. And okay, so the Daz Studio 4.24, it looks like they changed the color scheme a bit. And at first when I saw it, I didn't like it. And there are some things that I don't like when you go into parameters here. Like, let's put a figure in the scene, okay? This is how I start. I always start a scene. I never put a figure that I've purchased in the store in the scene. I never use, for Genesis 9, whenever I want to create a scene, I always put the deb figure in, okay? I put this figure in because I want to make the figure the way I want it to be. And what I do is I use the shapes from the figures that I purchase, but I blend them together and create my own shapes. So the figures that I create, like Terrand, okay, I always just, or Melville, I just give them whatever names, okay? And this is Viger. And they all look like they're kind of the same, but they're not. I just have certain faces that I like to blend together. Let's go with him. All right. Now, as you can see, let's put some pants on him, which would be here. All right. And then this is the process that I always go through. I always put the Genesis 9 figure in like that. Then I put my shapes on them, okay? Now, the way I create my shapes is by using this app here. Well, it's the shape program that allows you to blend shapes. And I purchased it first. It's called, it might be here. Yep, dip. It is called, well, I don't know if I have it here anymore because, yeah, I know I do. It's some character mixer, okay? I use this to create different faces and different bodies, and then I save them here. And so you have your figure converter also, and I believe they took character mixer, or it might have been figure converter. Yes, it's actually figure converter. I think they took that out of the store. And there's also shape transfer, but I used character converter to create all of mine. And I took all of my yeah, okay, this is it, I've forgotten. I used figure converter to convert all of my Genesis 8 and 8.1 figures to Genesis 9, okay? And so what it did was it put all of these all of these body and head morphs into my Genesis 9 base figure. And then what I'm able to do, see, because I can now take a little bit of Dragomir's head and add some of that to it. Okay, you see, so I can do a lot to this figure. Okay, and we could just add maybe a little bit of Fergal. Okay, now you see, this is what's cool about this. And so, but what I do is then I use this, I use this character mixer, and I use that to mix characters together, and then it just saves their shape. And once you save the shape, then you can create a folder like this where you can just give each shape a different name and create a bunch of your own figures that you like. And so now what we'll do, now I always find that the eyebrows here that come with the Genesis 9 figure, they're just a little bit like in the middle between your masculine and feminine eyebrows. So I will usually delete the eyebrows, and I will put my own eyebrows on the figure. And I believe they are here, yeah. 1, 3. Okay, so we'll go with this one. See, they're just a little bit more kind of masculine, or, you know, bushy. I might not keep these, but then we go here to skin. And I have, you know, there are so many really nice Genesis 9 skins to choose from. So let's see what else we have here. Let's go with this guy here. And so I just pick a skin. I organize all of these different aspects from all the products that I've purchased. It doesn't mean that I didn't purchase like every last male, female character and all of the poses and all that stuff. I just use different features. I organize them together. So, all right, now let's give him some hair. And hair. And we go in here. And this new Daz, it loads things a lot easier. Let's see what this looks like. No, that doesn't work. Okay, what we're going to do, because putting hair on a figure can, if Daz is going to crash, it can happen then. But file, save as, and we're going to call him let's call him Vordius. Okay. Just to come up with a name here. Okay, this skin, when I get up close to it, it just doesn't seem to have enough kind of character to it. It's got a little bit of a 5 o'clock shadow, I think I'm going to pick a different skin. What's this one? Well, that's definitely some character in that skin, but is that too much? Kind of makes my character look a little ruddy. Let's try something different. Let's go with the young. Rupert. Nope. Thomas. This is amazing how much quickly. I think Thomas kind of works. This is amazing how quickly these skins and these things all load into Daz now. Hair. Let's go back to hair. Well, that's not bad, but it's just right now I'm struggling for the realism. You've got to get some realism here. And you kind of know when it happens. That's not happening. Okay, I think I crashed Daz. Yeah, see, this is stuck here. Don't think I gave the hair enough time to. Okay, close on me. Just close. Okay, let's open this back up. Serenity's Gate, howdy to you. Welcome. We have Nicholas who has chimed in, and Angus, and now Serenity's Gate. Welcome, people. Welcome. Welcome. All right, we're going to go new. We're going to find our Vortius. No. So this new Daz, so I am now in a dilemma. I actually have a 5090 sitting in the cart at a particular website, ready to buy it, and I just can't get excited about buying it. I can't get excited about buying it because, all right, I think what I'm going to do is change his shape, because adding those particular shapes kind of overdid his looks. Now you see his looks are a little softer. Let's see. Okay, Okay, we'll go with Invictus here. And save this. And then we'll go back to the skins. I have a couple of new figures. Default figures. And yeah, I can't seem to get excited about buying a 5090. I mean, yes, spending $3,700. That doesn't excite me at all. Charlie. Okay, we just click on that. Okay, that didn't work. Let's see. A lot of these I haven't tried yet. Okay, I'm liking this makeup here. Suddenly this seems to be doing something, and the skin is pretty nice too. It's not bad. Okay. Yes, that is doing something. Tattoos. Okay, that's doing something. And what happened to this makeup? Okay. Yeah, all right. I'm seeing something here now. Save this. Then we need a pose. See, right now I have Daz in a place that I really, the things that I'm able to do with this is just, I'm just able to really get at things so easily, and none of my plugins and none of my scripts work. And and I have to look and say, what's important to me? Honestly, you don't need the expense maybe after your expenses are erased. Yeah, well, you're very right about that. You're very, 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 very right about that, Serenity's Gate. I have to look and say, what am I in this for? What am I doing this? Am I in it to learn and to play around with technology? Or am I in this to make scenes, to do kind of cool art stuff, And it really, I think it comes down to that I am in this to make some cool art. So now we go here, and what we need is a mirror. Mirror. Oh, and of course we're going to get every kind of pose and everything. Let's see. Let's try props. Okay. Okay. We need a floor. Okay, so Let's add a plane in here. Okay. Select the plane, go to surfaces. Let's make it black. And I find that it's easier to move my figures up than it is to move the plane. Save this. And what we do is we take this plane, Control, Edit, Duplicate. Then we go like this. We go Z translate. Scale it. X translate. Yes, I do. I have okay, now what I'm going to do is create a camera. I already like this 4090 and all of this, and the way I have this particular version of Daz set up, I mean, it took me months and months to set this up. And the 2025 version is so enticing, but I can't do anything with it. And that's, okay, so we're going to go here. I can just, boom, lock my camera. See how quickly that was? I didn't have to go down because I know where all of these... Well, you know, I don't sell your... there is a virtue to being cheap, too. Yeah, it's not just all about you know, spending money with wild abandon, and then having to pay it back later. That's not a virtue. Okay, so now I'm going to go here. What I'm going to do is select this plane. I'm going to see how big it is. Okay, see, I made that like way too big. So we'll scale it down. Oh, not that one. This one can be made larger. Okay. But this one right here, plane 1, okay, that one, I don't think I need that so big. Okay, scale it down. Scale. Oops, Z. Don't scale a plane Y. If you do, undo it, okay, because trying to scale a plane in a direction that it's not meant to be scaled, planes are not supposed to have depth. Thickness, okay? So back to camera. So always undo it. Now what is this? Okay, that I believe is this mirror reflected in the plane too. So if I go Z and I bring that way back, then the mirror shouldn't appear in it, okay? Because it's too far away. Then we scale the plane up like this. Oh, that's X. Then we scale the plane like that. Okay? And that takes, it's so distant, even though I am seeing something here. And what I can do, okay, oh, Z, I think that was my, all right, this plane here. What I can do to the plane to make it less reflective, let's go to the surface here and add a little bit of roughness to it. Oh, we can take the glossy color and make it black. Okay, that did something there. That made it so it's not reflective. Okay, and now, yeah, so okay, now this guy looks a little bit green, okay? But the problem with me changing his skin color is what? I'm using my camera light, okay? And that is a no-no. So what we have to do is we have to create a spotlight to turn off the camera light. And suddenly, then you decide if there's a problem with his skin, okay? So now that the camera light is off, where are we getting light from? Well, we're getting the light from our environment. So what we do is we come into our parameters, we go dome and scene, and we go scene only, black. Okay, so now we take our look through this spotlight, okay, and see if we can do something dramatic with the spotlight. So we come here to our spotlight and look through it. We come out, we come up, we come this way. I want his eyes to be, I want his eyes to be kind of visible. So let's go like this maybe. Back to the spotlight, come on. All right. All right, and go back to our camera. And now we go back to our spotlight. And we go to the lumens, 9. Now look at that. See, and we can take our temperature down a little bit. And that gives us the drama that we want. See? That gives us control of the light in our scene. And let's give him some hair. Hair. And let's make the hair a little darker. Okay, this is ash hair, so we go here, ash. Okay, now I need some kind of, all right, ash hair scalp. Okay, that's the scalp. We go to the surfaces, scalp. And what happens if we take our scalp here and give it a little bit more opacity? That's too much. There we go. This one is called this is Vortius. Let's put a flower here, like a rose in a vase. So vase. And we're going to go to props. Let's add another spotlight to the scene. All right, let's add another spotlight. Okay, manipulate this spotlight to the right place. Where's our other spotlight? Okay, back to the camera. Save this. And now we go to our parameters of our spotlight 2. And let's go up to 9 on that. Array and see what, yeah, that's a little too much. Four, 2. Oh, that's just kind of making it, it's just too much, too busy. It's noisy. Let's take the flower vase. Let's maybe try, yeah, see, that doesn't work. Let's lay a rose on the ground. All right. There's our light 2. All right, and then we go here to our render settings. Hello, Brent. Hello, hello. I am doing another one of my things. Yes, this is what we do. This is actually pretty beautiful. I think it's amazing. So now we go here to pull this camera over. Okay. Unlock the camera. I have a little bit of dead space here. Unlock the camera. All right, I think we'll leave some of that dead space. Let's see. Let's bring up our circle of our thirds guide, and see if there's something we can do here with the thirds. Think about there. And let's give him a little more texture to his skin. So we'll go here to Genesis 9, go to our skin detailer. By the way, that skin detailer is on sale. It is a product that I use in almost every scene. See how his skin looks too like perfect? You just click on this and it gives his skin a few. Hopefully it doesn't do away with his, I don't think it will. I think it's just going to be an extra layer. But it'll just take a little bit of that, make his skin look a little bit more. When it kicks in, I might not like it. I usually like it. I usually like what it does to just give the skin some imperfections. It takes a while for it to load. There we go. See, now it doesn't look quite as, it looks more real. Okay. Skin detailer. Yeah, 50%. Choose up to 4 items. Here it is, right on the front page here. Buy it. If you do not own this, buy it. Okay. It's 50% up. Get this. This is called Skin Detailer. Okay, and it also plugs into Photoshop where you can adjust how many freckles you want, where you want them, and it does it on all the different skin areas like torso and arms. It does it all globally, but you don't have to do it in, really all you have to do is come in here and click on this preset and put it on, and suddenly your character doesn't look like their skin is made of plastic. Okay, so yep. I would highly recommend it. So, yeah, the Skin Detailer. Buy it. It's a very amazing, amazing product, okay? This is like a little bit overdone, but it's done for that purpose. So, but you can add everything from moles to freckles to acne, to rosacea, you know, and each one's a whole different layer, okay? It's really amazing. So, yeah, I would recommend purchasing it. So now what we're going to do, let's take a look at our render settings. Is there anything else I've missed? I could give him some body hair, but I don't think I'm going to. Surfaces, a little bit of like 5 o'clock shadow, but I don't think I'm going to do that either. Now we go to the render settings. General. Okay, progressive renders, maximum samples, maximum time. Now what we might want to do is go into some of the spectral rendering and go into the other one, caustic sampler, and also guided sampling. Okay, and add some of these extra like effects and see how they render. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. And this is another feature of the 4090 that you can just add these extra kind of intensive processing features and have them. I think this kind of thing here will reticulate, and all of that, those little speckles and all will disappear. So you can see the skin detailer. There's a little freckle there, and some in here, some just a little bit here, a little here. This lately, my Daz has been rendering kind of weird. It's been speckly and like very speckly. There are some big things going on right now, okay? What's been happening behind the scenes, okay, is that for the longest time, Daz has introduced things that we have been calling features, like new PBR skin and new mesh lights and changing our transparencies, and even behind the scenes, has our lighting changed? Like, these things have changed, okay? You can't just add PBR skin to Daz without changing the lights, okay? Because you can't just add new layers like sparkles and whatever and these new layers, you can't just add them. Okay, we got to turn that off, okay? Because the lights have to be smart enough to say, okay, like this top coat layer, they didn't used to be top coat until they added PBR lights. Well, not PBR, till they added PBR skin. Well, the lights in Daz have to know what to do with that top coat layer. The lights have to be changed so that the lights can respond to those new layers, okay? And if we go to this Genesis 9 figure and we go to surfaces, Genesis 9, look at all these. We have these dual lobe, all of this stuff. Well, you can't just use iRay lights with that, okay? The Daz lights have to be changed to work with these new PBR textures, okay? I don't know a lot about it, okay? But there's also another thing called unified lighting, okay? And Daz Studio, at least when I first started using it, didn't have unified lighting. And apparently, I'm not sure, I might be wrong about this, okay? But I don't think Daz Studio 4.24 has unified lighting. And I believe that it's only going to be available in Daz 2025. This unified lighting stuff that has to do with a new iRay. It's not iRay, it's got another name. Okay, and so, and I've had issues with the lighting in Daz, with mesh lights, with different lights, and I think it's been happened for years, where different lights don't mesh, they don't work well together. And so um, it's like they don't talk the same language. And maybe it's because certain lights got updated to the PBR lights and certain lights have not been updated. And so when you try to use them together, they just don't speak the same language. I don't know. That was the case with 3D lights, where they had to come out with completely different I-ray lights, and 3D lights didn't work with I-ray. So it's happening again. Our lights are changing and things are changing, and it may come down to the point where, which to me, it wouldn't really bother me if version 2025 only worked with the 5090, okay? So that version 2025 will be completely, will have the completely new rendering engine, and where Daz 4.24, which it can't be completely I-ray because many of the figures that you see, there's two aspects to this, okay? There is Daz Studio 4.24 and Daz Studio Daz Studio 2025. There are those two aspects, okay? They are one aspect, okay? We have Daz Studio. But then we have the products that we buy in the store, okay? And some of those products are going to probably work better in Daz Studio 2025, like the PBR skins and things like that, where some products are probably going to work best in 2024, and we already see that where many scripts, and like all of the scripts and most of the third-party plugins don't even work with version 2025, okay? Those are products in the store. So the two aspects are Daz Studio and the two different versions of Daz Studio. That's one aspect. And the other aspect are the products we buy in the store, and how do those products work with each of the different versions of Daz. Okay, so that is a thing. That is something that is, it's hard for me to wrap my head around right now. Okay, but my personal, see, I'm having so much fun with this 4090 and Daz 4.24. They have made Daz 4.24 so perfect. It's so stable, and it works with everything just about. But does it? That's the question. And only the people that work on Daz Studio really know that. They're probably sitting back and saying, well, you know, he used that rose in the scene, but that's an I-ray rose. And it would be much better if he converted that rose to PBR textures, that kind of thing, okay? So, you know, that's, and, you know, if I look at this rose, okay, you can just look at it, okay? And yeah, see, this doesn't have the dual lobe. It doesn't have the, it doesn't have the top coat weight. Oh, it does have top coat weight, metallic flake. So maybe it is PBR. And I could possibly go into my scripts, one-click PBR skin, texture booster. I think texture booster will, let's see what this does. Increase lightness scale. Okay, that's kind of washed it out a little bit. But how about if lightness scale for translucency maps? That kind of washed it out too. Let's add some red to it. Okay, reset lightness. Yeah, see, I'm not sure that any of this is actually helping currently. So I can go here and then we could just edit, undo texture booster. I think it's fine just the way it is. Let's now go into, let's double check and make sure render settings. Okay, we have all of these extra things turned on. Now, if I go to Genesis 9, here, surfaces, we could take just a tiny bit of green out of him. Z. Nope, that we have to go and select. I don't believe I did that. Okay, this, surfaces, but let's also do fingernails and toenails. Let's take a little bit of this green out of him. And some of the red. I'm holding off buying a second 3090 Ti to match my Asus TUF. That's all I need. Brent, I would not buy a second 3090. Do not buy a second 3090. Do you know why? I will tell you why, okay? That probably, okay, you have two slots. You have two 16x slots in your computer, okay? But they are not both connected to the PC, okay? The top slot in your computer, okay? The top slot is connected to the CPU, okay? The bottom slot is connected to your chipset, okay? And that's so even though the bottom slot says that it's 16x, it's actually only running at like either 8x or most likely even 4x, okay? And what that means is that the two cards will not be able to synchronize because one of them will have latency, okay? That your 3090 at the top, okay, will be hooked directly with 16 lanes all the way to the PC. So what happens is when you like put like a VDB in your scene, one half of the screen, like the top half here, okay, will be perfect, but the bottom half will disappear. Okay? And it happens with all kinds of different aspects of your scene where only one part of your scene, like the top half, will show in your viewport. The renders are usually will be okay. But but there's latency, they won't synchronize together, okay? Because one of them is going through the chipset and then to the CPU, and it's limited by only having like 4 PCI Express lanes, okay? And the other one has probably got 16 lanes. They won't synchronize together. Yes, they will both share CUDA cores. You'll get more CUDA cores. It will render faster. But really, really the best thing you can do if you want to superpower your PC is, instead of getting a second 3090, sell your 39. I sold 2 3090s, okay, on eBay, and I sold them real cheap. Sell your 3090 and get a 4090, okay? And that 4090, and really, I'll tell you right now, of all the graphics cards that have come out for years and years and years, okay, the 4090 has the biggest jump in performance from the previous generation. The 4090 is like almost is like twice as fast, more than twice as fast as the 3090, okay? The 4090 is a beast, okay? So the thing is that, so what you want to do is, if you're looking for more CUDA cores and much more RAM and much more just raw computing power, okay, I will tell you right now, one 4090 is much faster than 2 3090s, and the 2 3090s will not synchronize in your computer. Okay? So just do not spend the money on another 3090. Wait until you have enough to buy a 4090 and sell the 3090 as soon as you can on eBay. Okay? Sell it or put it in your secondary computer. You won't get your money back on the 3090, okay? But you'll get some of it back, and the longer you wait, the least amount you'll get back. Okay? If you have a second computer, and the thing about the 4090, okay, is the 4090 has this thing called it's got these drivers that allow you to stream their codecs that allow you to stream, and you can stream like in 4K, but it's as if it's not streaming in 4K because it has these chips on it that allow you, like A1 or something like that. It allows you Art! Welcome. Yes, so we are talking about chips. So the 4090 has this special, instead of the the 424 or something like that. It's been a while since I've thought about it, but the 4090 has these A1. It has chips on the card that pre-process, like I'm broadcasting right now through those chips. And what it does is YouTube looks and says, "Oh my gosh, you're broadcasting in like 1440, but you're only sending us the amount of video that would be like for a 1080p stream." And that's because of these chips that are on the 4090 And maybe you're never going to want to stream. Maybe you're never going to want to stream like on Twitch or on YouTube. You know, you might not want to stream. But the thing is the 3090 does not have those chips. So the 3090, it's a hog when you go to stream, when you go to use your. Now, if you have like 1 gigabyte upload already, it might not matter that you are streaming with massive amounts of bits because you have. But if you're trying to stream on a connection that isn't 1 gigabyte upload, then you might. I think it's a gig. It's definitely not a terabyte. So it's a gig upload. Yeah, 1 gig, 1,000 megabytes up and 1,000 down. Yeah, if you're trying to stream, the 4090 has this special codec in it that allows you to stream as if and at a higher rate as if you're streaming at a lower rate, okay? Because the chips pre-process your stream into this new codec that allows it to it looks just as good as the other one, but it's much smaller. So and it's all handled before it goes to the internet. It's all handled by the graphics card. So and there's also a little bit more AI stuff, and there's more ray tracing stuff on the 4090. Yeah, a second 3090, I had 2 of them. It worked terribly. It worked horribly, okay? And my what I was getting for rendering speeds and stuff, the 4090 just killed it. What I was getting with 2 3090s, and I had one of them always cutting out. And now, like when I put a VDB in the screen, nothing cuts out because it's all done with one card that's connected directly to the chip, to the CPU, okay? And not 2 cards that are out of sync, that can't synchronize because the lower card isn't fast enough to synchronize with the upper card. So yeah, you're better to just save your money on, because if you buy that second 3090, you're going to be paying quite a lot for it, and eventually and very soon you'll realize they don't synchronize and that you got these problems, and then you're going to be looking at the 4090. Why not just save yourself some money? You know, that you're going to want to be getting rid of your 3090s because you got a 4090. Why not just save yourself and just go for the 4090? And the 4090 is way faster than 2 3090s. Way. Okay? Like, watch this render here. Okay? This is rendering at 2000. Okay? And I have all of that stuff. I have the caustic sampling on. I have the other one. I have those all these sampler stuffs, and within probably, let's see how quickly this renders. But let's see how many iterations we have so far. Okay, so we're at 214. That's actually good. Now that just jumped from 214 to 256, 298. And I have all of that processing stuff on, all of that light in the caustic sampler. I have all of that turned on, okay? And I would say it's halfway. It's at 486. This should be done, 508. It should be done rendering at about 2,000, this will be up to 2,000 iterations in probably, you know, 4 minutes. So yeah, this 4090 is probably too, well, let's ask Copilot. How much faster one then 130 with one how much faster is one 4090 versus two 3090s with one 3090 going to the chipset? But the difference isn't always massive. The gaming the RTX 4090 is often the better choice due to driver support, power efficiency. Two 3090s provide 48 gigs of video RAM, while the 4090 has 20. Okay, if NVLink is used, NVLink doesn't work. Okay, so no, it doesn't have NVLink. NVLink You're right. NVLink doesn't work with, unlike previous NVIDIA Link deficient support for the 3090 in gaming in most applications. Some users have tried and enabled it for compute work, but results are mixed. Okay, so NVLink doesn't work. So no, they don't have 48 gigs of VRAM, period. Do not buy NVLink, okay, for your two 3090s. It will be $70 thrown out the window. It will not work. It does not work in Windows. It doesn't work in Daz. It doesn't work in Blender. It doesn't work in Unreal. It doesn't work in any of the Reallusion programs. It doesn't work in Windows. It doesn't work in Windows internally. Nothing. And if you go to a Mac, it doesn't work. And if you go to Linux, it doesn't work. Okay, so the NVLink does not pool the 23090's memory into 48 gigs. Period. Okay, it does not. And the internet is silent about this. Okay, people still think it works. I sold. When I bought this $80 NVLink, and I sold it for like $60. Somebody actually bought it. It does work with some AI stuff, okay? But not with rendering. Nothing, because Windows refused to allow this paging thing to occur. And it's like some kind of thing that happens with hard drives. It's some sort of paging thing. Yeah, well, that's the thing is NVIDIA sold NVLink, and they sold it to me. They sold it to many, 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 many people, and it didn't work. The only thing it worked for, I believe, is AI, and I can't say it even worked for that because I never tried to use it for linking the pool. Windows would say, oh, your memory is low. There, in Daz even added the ability to add two cards. They show up. Now, the thing is the CUDA cores will work. The CUDA cores don't need NVLink to work. Okay, so the CUDA cores from two 3090s, all the CUDA cores in both 3090s. But the problem with the CUDA cores is that the CUDA cores are going to be going through the wouldn't the CUDA cores be bottlenecked by the wouldn't the CUDA cores be bottlenecked by the chipset on the second 3090? Yes, the CUDA cores on the second 3090 would be bottlenecked if it's connected via the chipset instead of directly to the CPU's PCI lanes. Here's why. PCI, if the art is routed through the chipset, it may have higher latency and lower bandwidth compared to the direct CPU PCIe connection. Data transfer delays the chipset acts, and I will tell you I would probably bet you $100 that your second PCIe Express lane is definitely connected through the chipset, okay? So that is probably the case, okay? Data transfer delays. The chipset acts as an intermediary which introduce latency when transferring data between the GPU and CPU. Workload sense. Most workloads like gaming may not be affected much, but computer-heavy tasks, deep learning, and rendering could see performance drops. Okay, so performance drops, you're talking about four lanes for the second 4 versus 16 for the primary graphics card, the primary 3090. So okay, this is done rendering. Okay, look at that. Now all those little speckles disappeared. I could go a little bit further, but this is pretty nice right here. I think this came out really nice. So, yeah. Now this little thing in the hair kind of bothers me, but it's not that bad. I think I can put up with it. It's where it's kind of like showing a bald spot here. And what I could do is make the hair a little thicker, but I'm not going to mess with it. I'm going to cancel this. Okay, this is done rendering. And what we do now here, wait till it comes up. Vordius. This is called Vordius. So yes. So when it said that, okay, so given the bottleneck, given the chipset, is given the chipset bottleneck, it is unlikely that two 3090s would outperform one 4090 in rendering. Exactly. Since PCI bandwidth is a key factor for rendering workloads, the chipset bottleneck would likely prevent the two RTX 39 from fully surpassing the single RTX 49 in most rendering applications. Even though 3090s technically offer more CUDA cores, overall the limitations of data transfer speed and latency, meaning that the 4090's superior efficiency, higher clock speeds, and Ada Lovelace architecture optimization give it the advantage. This is especially true in engines like Blender, Cycles, Octane Render, and Redshift, which would also be Daz, where GPU communication speed is crucial for performance scaling. Some multi-GPU workloads might still benefit from the second 3090, but in general, the RTX 4090 offers more consistent performance without dealing with scaling issues. Yeah, see, what will happen is because of the latency and because you're like when you go to work with the VDBs and all, and when your VDB disappears, then you end up going into render settings and turning the second 3090 off anyway. Okay? But with the 4090, you won't have to turn it off because it's all one gigantic mammoth unified GPU that is connected directly to the CPU. So, okay, this is Vortius. So let's save this. Okay, File, New, create a new scene. And okay, so what you're seeing now is this is the performance of one 4090, okay? Now, I'm going to show you, we're going to put in a figure, okay, a Genesis 9 figure, okay? And just this, there's just no comparison to the raw power of this 4090 connected directly to the CPU. Okay, so we give him a male body. Let's go with Logos. All right, and all right, we get a body, we get some skin, and we'll go with Dane. No veins. And we'll get some pants on him. Come on. Come on. And we'll get some pants on him. All right, now File, Save As, Scene. We're going to call this Fjord Traveler. All right. And so this is how amazing this is. Now, okay, we'll go in because Ultra Scenery, to me, which Daz 3D version are you using? I see you have 3 in your taskbar, 421, 421 beta, or 625. Okay, I have this up in the top corner. I am using 424. Okay, the new Dazs are out, Art, and I would recommend installing them. Okay, because it's much snappier, okay? But this is 424. I have, yeah, this is 424, okay? Premiere. And then this is the 424. This one here is the 424 beta, okay? And then this is version 2025, okay? So I have those 3 versions. Okay. Yeah, the install manager there. Yeah, you can go into the install manager and install. If you have the Premier subscription, you can install and you can turn on Daz 2025. There's really no reason, Art, to install 2025 on your computer if you do not have a 5090 graphics card. Okay? There's no reason to put it on at all. Except with just to go in and honk the horn. Okay? Yes, your graphics card will render in it, but none of your plugins are there. None of your scripts are there. None of that stuff is there. All that's there is something that allows the 5090 to render. So my advice is don't even install it. But this 4.24, the Premier version of 4.24, this is something else. This is very special, okay? This is really, really nice. All of the money that we've been paying into, which I hope it's a lot, but that us Premier subscribers have been paying into Daz Studios and allowed them to really fix, like when I come up into here and go to this content thing here, this is really fast now. I mean, this goes into figures. Okay, we get rid of detailer here. Look how fast that came up. See what I'm saying? And look how fast it scrolls down through. See they're putting exactly what yeah, well, now the thing is that I am not against the 3080 or a 3090. Okay, I'm not against these processors. I'm just saying don't put two of them in. Instead of buying two 3090s, buy a 4090. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Okay. All right, so we have our figure in the scene now. Let's see the reason why, I go to ultra scenery. I don't do this. I don't go into ultra scenery because, I'm kind of like rubbing it in and saying, oh, look, I get to use ultra scenery. I'm doing it because ultra scenery is the most intensive thing I can do with my 4090 graphics card. Ultra scenery is the most processor laden thing that I can do with Daz Studio. Three-year-old laptop be holding out well, but only one card slot. Yeah. So I mean, I have the 5090 sitting in the cart, but Daz 2025 is not ready. It's just not ready to buy a card for. None of these, I can't put any of these in it. I can't put my scripts in it. All it does is it renders. and it renders. It just doesn't run any of the scripts. So it's not worth it for me. I can't switch over until Daz 2025 has all these features that 4.24 has. Okay, you have the AMD Threadrippers. Okay. Okay, all right, so that was the only exception, was that if you have the Threadripper, okay, then both would run off the CPU, and it does have 128 PCI lanes. So yes, that is the exception. So they would both run off of they probably would run off the CPU. Make sure, though, make sure that both do run off the CPU. And if that's the case, because sometimes it seems like it, like I thought with my graphics card, I have an i9, and I thought that my second PCI Express lane ran off the, because it said it was 16x, but no, it says it's a 16x slot, but it actually only has 4 lanes. So it's running off of the second, because then I thought I would just run the 4090 and the 5090 in the same computer, and it's not going to work. It would have been better if I'd bought the AMD Threadripper. So, and I probably could, could do it quite cheaply and just switch out from the Intel i9. But right now it's pretty bad for me. So I can't but my i9 board has PCI Express 5 in it. So that's the thing. I still tend to think, Brent, that you would be better off with one 4090 rather than 2 3090s. And if you ever could, you could purchase a second 4090, okay? So I still think you would be better off with selling your 3090 and going with a 4090. And I tend to think that even with both slots, the fact that just one slot can come close to what 2 slots can do, if not, and according to Copilot, even if they are both running to the CPU, that there are certain instances where the 4090 they do have more CUDA cores. But let's ask, does the 4090 have faster video RAM than the 30? Yes, the 4090 has faster video RAM than the 3090. Both GPUs 24 gigs, but the 4090 has a higher memory clock speed and greater bandwidth. Okay, so it's only 100 higher clock speed, but the bandwidth is higher. Let's see, and the bandwidth is so, yeah. It's, but all of those add up to, yeah, both of them use 24 gigs of GDDR6X memory. Yeah, the speed there isn't incredibly impressive. That means the 4090 can transfer data faster, improving performance in high-resolution gaming, ray tracing, and rendering workloads. You see, like, the 4090 is like the end of the iRay era, okay? So the 4090 is the best iRay rendering card that will ever be made, because the 5090 is not an iRay rendering card. The 5090 has to do with that unified lighting rendering engine and the PBR rendering engine. So really the 4090 is made to work with this 4.24 Premiere. It's made for this particular. So, and the thing is that, let's see. So if both 3090s were to the CPU, the 4090 might still. So if both 3090s were running to the CPU, the 4090 might still in so if both were running to the CPU, the 4090 might still surpass them in rendering. Yes, even if both 3090s were directly connected to the CPU, the RTX 4090 would still likely outperform them in rendering. Okay, see, so one 4090 is still likely to outperform them even if they are connected, both of them, to the CPU. See? All right, architectural improvements. The 4090 is built on Ada Lovelace, which offers better efficiency, higher clock speed compared to the Ampere-based RTX 3090. CUDA cores scaling. While two RTX 3090s have more CUDA cores combined, scaling across multiple GPUs isn't always linear. Some rendering engines don't fully utilize dual GPUs. Memory bandwidth. The 4090 has higher memory bandwidth, 1008 versus 9, which helps in the data-heavy rendering tasks. Driver and software. Many rendering engines like Blender, Cycles, Octane, and Redshift are optimized for single powerful GPUs rather than multi-GPU setups. Some workloads do scale with multiple Gs, but in general, the RTX 4090 provides more consistent performance without the complexity of multi-GPU scaling. If you're working with GPU rendering, for the RTX 4090 is often the better choice. So, and then somewhere down there, yeah, but the thing is that I think those problems have been fixed through the manufacturers. Mine hasn't been. As long as you make sure the darn thing's plugged in right and that you know it's plugged in all the way. The thing is that. Yeah, well, the 6090 is not going to be available for probably about 3 years. So, yeah, and the thing is the 4090 is here. My 4090 is still running just beautifully so far, and I've been putting it through, well, I've been putting it through ultra scenery. So we add ultra scenery here. And, okay, this is our, now what we got to do first is save a location, browse, up, and we're going to call him Fjord Traveler. Fjord Traveler. And we go here, select, okay, that's kind of the hardest part is is setting up a folder for iRay preview. We'll turn that on. Okay. Now we're going to take this, our land here, and we'll go -5. Okay. Let's go 10. Okay, we'll go 9. Okay, that's kind of cool. And now we go with, let's add some grass. Biome. Add some grass. Now, Daz seems to, I've heard, I don't know if I heard right, but it's almost like ultra scenery that they've stopped development on ultra scenery. And it's only going to be developed if Daz picks it up, or if they decide to go back and start working on it again. -1000. -10,000. Okay, now let's see what this looks like. See, now just look how snappy this is. You see what I'm saying? This, how just, this just put 20,700 and 207,545 pieces of grass. Grass instances. 207,545. 207,000 pieces of grass, okay? And this is, and look at this, okay? So, and just look how quickly and snappily this renders and pops up like this, okay? So this is the dream setup for right now. For this is the dream machine. Okay, right now at 14090, and my system now in your system, Brent. Now the thing is that I'm not sure that your system is actually PCI Express 4, okay? Because the PCI Express 4 is what the 4090 will work at PCI Express 3. You use AI apps and Octane for Cinema 4D. Okay, well all of that would benefit from the 4090. Okay, and you would have that extra slot just in case, because I have a 1,600 watt power supply. So yeah. So the now let's add some other kind of where are some? Let's add them. Oak trees. Yeah, so all of that would benefit from, okay, so now what we do is we come down here and we go to our minimum altitude, which would be minus 10,000, and that should have put a few more trees in there. See how many? 342 now. Okay, so let's see, it's probably going to be It's funny that you pointed out 4.24. The Daz was kind enough to make it available when I relaunched this. I think, yes, from what I heard, the 4.24 was made available to non-Premiere users. So I think from what I've heard. Yeah, and 4.24 is golden, I'll tell you right now. And they've also, Art, yeah, 128 lanes, yes. I'm aware of the really awesome AMD Threadripper, yeah. So, but I don't believe that the Threadripper is, I think it's PCI Express 3.0. Yeah, I think your version of the Threadripper is probably PCI Express 3.0, which would limit the power of the 4090, because the 4090 can also it will run at 3.0, but it can also run at PCI Express 4.0, which doubles the throughput to the CPU. And that is why I'm running this Intel board, okay? Because this Intel, my Intel i9 runs at PCI Express 5.0, which means it will take a 5090 if and when I decide to buy one, and run it at full speed, at full bandwidth to the Intel chips. So, yeah. So you want to find out, like, because probably your motherboard is PCI Express 3.0, and that is a limitation. But it's still going with all those CUDA cores and with all that stuff, and with all of your with all of the Threadripper cores, they would still make good use of a 4090. So, yeah. I doubt there would be much, of a bottleneck, even with 3.0, with putting a 3.0, because of all the cores. And because even PCI Express 3.0 is still pretty fast. So, but that was why I upgraded mine to the Intel, because it was cheap. It was really cheap. It wasn't as expensive as a Threadripper. And I was able to get 32 cores. And they were, and they didn't have the lanes, but it had the PCI Express 5.0, which pretty much threw the doors wide open to the CPU. on the PCI Express bus. So that was why I went with mine. So what I have to do is just take that little section and cut it out of the video. So, all right, let's give this guy a pose. That's a little too dramatic. Okay. Blame art? No, art. We don't do those kind of things here. unless it's something good. All right, let's try this. All right, we got to find some kind of rock or something. Let's see, stump. You know, that's the thing, is that it's just horrible selection for stumps, and that would look terrible behind him. Okay, so what I would have to do here is just go to this ultra scenery here. And let's just go to render set, ultra scenery. Let's go here and just change the seed for the land. Here we go, eroded hills. That didn't work. Well, that might. No, we can't move that. We can only move him. Okay, I'm not liking this. See, what I have to do is take the land. I kind of wanted it to have like fjord hills, but I think what we'll do is be more realistic with our this is our staging area. So what we'll do is we'll go 5 like this. Go 2 and 2. So we have something like this. I don't know if I like this pose at all. I mean, I can fit him to this, but let's see about a different pose. There we go. Point accepted. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Let's hope that is helpful to you, Brent. Because as you can see, these are things that I have like put a ton of thought into all this whole processor stuff. So yeah, a lot of thought. Okay, this is the angle that I think we're going to use this for. So edit. So we create new camera and save this. So now we go here to, let's see what this looks like in our rendering. Because unfortunately, we have to actually render this to see what it's going to look like in with all of our in Ultra Scenery. Oh, now that is very nice. See, look at that. Just how lucky we are to have that come out like that. So save this. Now let's do something more. Okay, let's do something with window panes. Let's bring up our Ultra Scenery XT. Bring that in here. And we go new. All right. All right. And then what we do here with this is the same thing. We create a location, browse, up, new folder, and this is going to be called Fjord Traveler. Select, okay, that's our save location. Now we do the same thing with the land here. We go maximum altitude 50. All right, and there we go. $25. All right. 30, we'll go 30. And minus 30. We'll go minus 30 and see what that looks like. 40, 50. Okay. All right, let's try that. And then we go here with our biome. Conifer. And we got, okay, maximum altitude is what? Maximum altitude is 50 and minus 30. Okay, so 50 minus 30. Okay, let's see what this looks like. That now. Now the ground. Height map. Okay, seed. Okay, scale. Let's make it, look at that background. Scale. Five. Let's see what that looks like. Octaves. Okay. All right, so we go here with 60. 70. All right, save this. Let's see what this looks like now. Wow. All right, that I like that better. A little better. Yes. What if we, all right, now let's see. Now these are two massive. Now if I show you this, okay, now we go look through the camera and see if the camera looks, that's our same angle. Now go back to the perspective. Look at how massive this land is. This is how big. Now this is the land, and that little square, that is the staging area. That's the ultra scenery. See, so this is all being held in this 4090 graphics card, okay? So, and it's just this little back area that's showing, okay? And we have the current camera is our restricting. So it's restricting only the trees. And so that is another aspect of that. Okay, so let's now go to our, let's add some kind of, okay, okay, so the problem right now we have is our camera light is just, it's sterile. It's just horrible. So let's cancel this render, close this, save this again, and let's put a spotlight in the scene. Yes. And the spotlight can go down. I just want to put it into, so, because I'm not sure that I'm going to use that. I think I'm going to use instead, we're going to create a new distant light, accept, and here's our distant light. Put this here, move that out a little in front of him so I can kind of see it. And we'll take that distant light, we'll bring it up a little bit like this, and we'll turn it like maybe this. from that angle and up a little more. I think I went too far here. Z. Like that. And like this. And then we'll go to parameters, distant light, give it some, let's go to 5. And we'll bring some of this light down a little bit. Save this. And let's see what this looks like now. From what I can see, it's not reticulated yet. That's pretty nice. Yes. Let's do something with his skin. It doesn't look like it's responding right to the light. Let's go with, try Rupert's maps. Rupert's really light, like super light. Okay, that kind of works. And then we go here with hair. Okay. Okay, I just got a new hair. Content here. Products. Hair. Come on. Let's try this hair. All right. No, zero. There are like 0 morphs for this hair. Let's go here. There might be, let's see. Aspirant hair. I think we'll go with that. And we go to parameters, aspirant hair. No, not a single morph. So we're just stuck with what we got here. Not completely. All right. I think sometimes they make hair look goofy on purpose. Just, you know, because that's what they want. That's what they think is good, but let's see. Tool settings. Geometry Sculptor. I need that a little bigger. 8. Okay. Where's my thing? Gizmo is size. Where's the gizmo? Oh, it might be in texture shaded mode. Control L, turn on a light. No, I'm not seeing a gizmo. Maybe I have to, no. Okay. Okay, these are, it's like, please just, you know, they could have given us some morphs like this rather than just constantly giving us goofy hair. Okay, now we go back to the camera. 9. I probably overdid it. Get me out of here. No, see, just a little bit up top there. Just a little bit left. Okay. Now I've overdone it. Can't undo Sculptor. That's what sucks too. All right, I think we've got it here. There. Okay, now that looks like a, see, it's suddenly it seems to work rather than just look all poofy, you know? All right, let's see what this looks like. Oh, that is very nice. Then that means you can take the complete full advantage of absolute full advantage of a 4090 and your graphics card and your CPU will augment that so very perfectly. So that's the answer, is to go with the 4090 and bypass the 3090. sell your 3090 or put the 3090 in a backup computer. And that will not only give you the PCI Express, it will not only give you the raw power of the 4090, but it will also give you the that codec that allows you to, the A1 codec that allows you to that the 3090 does not have. Okay, so the 3090 has, you know, it just has bad broadcasting. You know, for broadcasting, it has bad broadcasting codecs. They're not optimized for broadcasting. So the 4090 gives you that. It still has the same old codecs that the 3090 has, but it also has the new A1, I think they're called, codecs. And that is a must. At least for me, and regardless, it just means that your streams are processed before they go out. Yeah, 4.0 is very, very, very nice. The PCI Express 4.0 means that you will be utilizing because the 4090 can't utilize 5.0. PCI Express 5.0. That's why, like I said, why I went with my Intel, because the Intel had the PCI Express 5.0, which meant that I would be able to double my throughput. So you will be utilizing that motherboard to its absolute fullest. And the thing is, Brent, that I'm not absolutely sure, but I believe that with the manufacturers, you have a year with them if that thing does fry. And I would definitely not try overclocking your graphics card, okay? I think that's what a lot of people do, is they try to overclock their graphics cards because they're just overclock nuts. And I never overclock anything. And the thing is the manufacturers who sell those graphics cards, they don't want them coming back. TRX 40 Aris Pro Wi-Fi PCI Express 4.0. That sounds like your motherboard. Let me see what that is here. TRX. Let me just type it in down here. TRX 40. Okay, come back. TRX 40 Aris Pro Wi-Fi. Yeah, that's a motherboard. Excuse me. Pro P-R-O. Let's go with that. Okay, Aros Pro Wi-Fi motherboard for AMD. $289, that's used. I wouldn't buy a used motherboard. Gigabyte, here it is. All right, this is nice. Very nice. Now, see, the reason why I wouldn't buy this is the PCI Express 4.0, because that's what I just upgraded my motherboard and chip, And the reason why I upgraded it was because I wanted PCI Express 5.0 so that when the 5090 came out, which like I said, I have the 5090 sitting in a cart right now, and I have the money on my credit card to buy it. But I'm not buying it because as 2025 isn't ready. So that's why. So NVIDIA, help Daz out. Help Daz get their 2025 ready, and I'll buy the 5090. So yeah, so this is ultra-fast NVMe PCI Express 4.0 with thermal guards. That's all good. Okay, and look, you've got enough for 2 of them. I'd actually put the second card down here, but it all depends on which one. Okay, well, actually, you got 3 slots here, and then you could put it right here, or you could put it down here, and it all depends on. Now, this one could run to the chip, but this one down here could actually run to the which probably it doesn't. So, but this one could actually run to the chipset that's here. Oh, let me see. Oh, okay, we've got this open like that. Okay. Front, rear, Gen 2, okay. BIOS update, Realtek with multi-zone addressable LEDs. Intel Gen 6 LAN, okay. That's nice. I mean 6 gigabyte ELAN with fins array heatsink. Oh, look at that. 8 memory slots. That's really nice too. I miss these really big. Like my motherboard only has 4 slots. For the 5090, I probably should have like 256 gigs of RAM. So, oh, that would be for the, no, not for the 6000, the NVIDIA 6000, Pro 6000. That one, if that has 96 gigs, that one you should have like 256 gigs of RAM for that. So 3rd gen, okay. Threadripper, okay. Yeah, so that's the only thing here. So this motherboard was made for a 4090. I don't miss any of my old hardware art. Oh, Quadro cards. Yeah, those Quadro cards were nice in their day. Yeah. So, yeah, this is that would mean. And I'll tell you right now, I am really, that's why I'm not buying the 5090. I am really happy with my 4090. And this pink sky isn't doing it for me. It's kind of nice, but what I wanted to do was just make something complex. Now, what I usually like to do with the trees in the back here is make them small so it looks like they're far away. So you go here to Ultra Scenery XT, select this, and go down here to the tree size. Scale, and you go 0.5, I think, is the smallest you can make it. I don't think you can go 0. You just know 0.5. And now when I render this again, you'll notice the trees get much smaller in the background. They get a little tiny. That makes them look like they're further away, like that's a mountain in the background. Yeah, now see how small they are? Like that, they're tiny. It makes it look like it's further away. Now, what I can do there, close this, is seeds, change the seeds. Now let's see what happens. Some there kind of look better, a little bit better. Yeah. And what if we give this a little bit of the midnight sun here? Parameters, distant light. What if we make this a little bit more red? And let's take this sky environment options. Let's save this before I wreck it by changing the sky. Here. There we go. And here it is. Here's our scene. All unified, bathed in a golden light. All right, let's see. And you see, my system isn't complaining at all about this. And think about how many vertices are in that gigantic ultra scenery XT plane, okay? And my system in the hair, and it's all working so smoothly. And remember how many pieces of grass? Yeah, you're very good, Brent. You do very, very well. I have seen your renders. It's amazing. What you do with your skins. You are an amazing artist, friend. So, now what we're going to do here is, let's add like a little bit of depth to this background thing by adding a fog wall, okay? So we go here. Where's my fog wall? Okay, here's the fog wall. And we take that and we pull this over here like this. Pull it down like that. And we'll take that fog wall, we'll push it back. And we'll bring it over like this. And we'll scale it a little bit. And then we'll go here to this and that, this. And we'll take our surfaces and bring that down to 15. No, we'll bring it down to 5. 5. All right, save this. just to make that look even like it's a little bit more further back. And then we go here to our render, see what this looks like. Yeah, see, that made that look further back. That's very nice. That's exactly what I wanted it to do, to provide some depth. Now, what if we give him a little bit of depth of field? Okay, so we take our camera, unlock it. Then we go to our parameters of the camera. And we go here to camera, depth of field. And then we take our, I'm not sure that this is going to work, perspective view. We go sideways like this. And we take and look at this, Control 9. Okay, there, where's our focal distance? Okay, we want that right at his eye level. And then we'll do the f-stop. We'll make it kind of wide so it's not too blurry. Okay, camera, this is how far away it starts to blur. Okay, so it'll just blur some of the grass up in the front. Save this. I'm wondering if I should just add a little more power to my distant light. Go 7. Save this. And render this. Yeah. Now that is nice. I think this is done. Another scene in the can. Yep. All right, I'd like to do something with his eyebrows. Okay, see, they look too sharp. I'd like to just give him a little bit. Let's get up a little closer to his face. See, I do like the depth of field. So, all right, now, let's see. Let's just hide them for now and see what happens when we play with some other ones. Browse. Gonna call it a night. I'm that old guy. Hey, they speak up. Thanks you for rendering and streaming. Catch you next time. Art, thank you very kindly for hanging as long as you have, friend. It is very nice to have you here. It's nice to be back. I'm not necessarily back. This is my day off, and I chose to spend this day with y'all here. And so instead of doing my laundry or cleaning my house, which is something I need to do, cleaning my apartment. So, yeah. Let's see if these eyebrows are better. Yeah. I don't know, these eyebrows don't have much definition. The other ones, at least you could kind of see them. These ones just look like they're dark, just like a darkness to them. What did I do with these? Perspective. Oh, I think I put them on top of the other ones. Yep. These eyebrows. Now, can I just come in here with these eyebrows? I think I can. I think I can just... No, Z, I can't. Now, what if I do them this way? Yeah, see, these ones, they actually do if you collect the Genesis 9 figure. All right, I think those ones I like better. They might stick out a little bit. All right. Come back to the camera. I think these ones, I'm going to use these. All right. So Art is off to bed. It is 9:30 at night. I am going to watch some Amazon movies tonight. The Amazon, I've been watching Miss Scarlet or something. She's a detective. Yeah, I like these eyebrows better. Yep. I think they're probably too dark, though. They're like black, and if it wouldn't hurt to just kind of make them match his hair. Well, I guess they match. Yeah, they match. What if I give him some kind of stubble? It's just some kind of facial hair. Make him look a little bit more adult. It doesn't necessarily have to be just something to give his face more, like to give his face some character, to kind of decorate. Yeah. Okay, now I go back here. Detail, you know? Yeah, see, I think I like that a little better. I like this. See, there's our depth of field here. And then you can see these are pretty much, these are like kind of in, and the grass is in focus. But then as you get back, this is a little bit, but then that is even more. And then back here, there's even more. But the sky, what's nice is the sky isn't completely blurred out either. Yeah, I think this is good right here. So let me see what our rendering settings are. So, okay, we can cancel this for now. And save this. And let's go to our render settings. Oh, okay, so they got saved. Spectral rendering's on. All this stuff is on. The optimization, that's this. Caustic, Ramster, guided sampling. Okay. All right. All right, so we save this, and let's see, general, we go here. General's 2000, and we go here. We render. All right, I think that's going to do it for me today. I hope you have all enjoyed this walk through the 4090, how it works with these particular programs, and just kind of the ease of use that comes with this. So yeah, you know, it's like when I had my 3090, I was always thinking that I wanted two of them. But with this 4090, it's kind of like a perfect spot for rendering and working with. Now, it's not your dream animation card, but it is really a dream card for just making scenes. And only a few times, you know, every once in a while, I'll make a scene that's so complex that I can't fit it all into the 24 gigs. Every once in a while, I reach that where the 5090 with the 32 gigs would be just enough to probably, so I would rarely ever run out of space. And the 5090 does have a huge, the 5090, you know, it's got quite a few more CUDA cores, plus it's got a bigger memory bus. It's got, and it's 5X. It has the 5X PCI Express, which means it has this instantaneous connection to the chips. The 5090 is going to be really amazing. And that's definitely going to stay in my cart for a long time. You know, I will buy that and I will replace, but I'm not going to be able to do that until all of my scripts and all of the major scripts that I use. And I'll tell you right now, the scripts that I use are Ultra Scenery X2. I use the Mesh Grabber, and I use the visual menus. Those are my big ones right there. But, you know, there's a ton more. I like the Brightness Manager. I like the scripts where I can mix together and create my own shapes. So yeah, this is really nice. I'm finding this to be a really nice image. It just kind of came out perfect in lots of ways. It's just, yeah. We could have had some flowers in here maybe, and but, you know, some lily of the valleys would be nice. I think I'm going to add some lily of the valley. I'm not done. I'm not done. Don't go yet. All right, we gotta. We're gonna do what we're gonna do is we're gonna put, okay, in here in our Ultra Scenery 2. This could push the scene over the top, but that's why I did Ultra Scenery XT and X2, was to kind of fill the memory, okay? So, but what we're going to do now is go back here. We're going to add our flowers here, some kind of flowers. Where are they? Wildflowers. And the wildflowers spring, and in sunshine the waters are sleeping. So we add the daisies. All right. Now we have to come down here and we have to do this minus 10,000, and that should put a crap load of daisies in here. But the broken-hearted kings, they second spring again. Yes, art, we lost art. Art is going to dreamland. All right, so we save this. So we should have daisies. Now what we're going to do is we're going to change those to lily of the valley. All right, so we're going to go here. And we are looking for our Alienator Pro 2. Okay. What am I doing? Okay, daisies 1. Lily of the Valley. Look at this. All right. Then we go back here. Okay, Lily of the Valley. How do we do this? Oh, okay, we have to go like that. Then we come here. No. Oh, this. Oh, link. Okay, this, link. Yes. Link. 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 And link. Now we come here. Execute. All right. Save this. Now that should change the daisies to Lily of the Valley. If I don't like it, I can just remove it. Oh. Oh my goodness. Kind of larger than I expected them to be. Okay. What do we do? Well, we have to create a mask. So we go here. Okay, here. Okay, I'm going to lock my camera again. Go back to the perspective view. Okay, zoom out. We want this right here. Our round marker. We're going to go like that. And then we're going to take the mask here like this. Okay. Perspective parameters. X scale. Z. Okay. A little bit more. Now let's take a look at our camera. All right, so here we go. Now we go to the mesh, where is it called? The mask builder. I think I have to, okay, I have to select the Ultra Scenery 2 node first. Now we go to mask builder. All right, here we go. There's our daisies. And here's our this. We got add mask to selected biome. Okay. Now we're going to take the fuzziness out. Okay. Mask level is high. And we'll say close this. Now that should have just masked out those flowers around, just around in that oval area. Chris, thank you for stopping in, buddy. Thank you kindly. So we're trying to work another kind of interesting technique here. We're going to try to make these flowers go away. All right, so here we go. We're going to try to make a space where he doesn't have the lily of valley. Control L. We'll turn that on. We're going to bring this up a little bit here. And I guess over a little bit. And now we're going to take and go to parameters, X scale, which is this way. And Z scale will go a little bit like that. X. All right, let's see what we got. Now we go back to the camera view. We'll bring this down a little bit. All right, now we select Ultra Scenery. Now we go here to our Mask Builder, select the daisies, select this, and we add mask. Then we take the fuzziness off, and the mask. Okay, that's the fuzziness. All right, let's leave a little bit there. All right, now we close it. Save this with the mask. To art makes a scene. Now look what we just got here. See? That cleared away those lily of the valley. You see? So now we have them around him, but they're not completely covering him, obscuring him in the scene. So that worked, okay? So that's the scene, okay? So we could just let this render. This, okay? This is a scene, people, okay? All of this isn't, these trees in the background, they're not just an image. That is Ultra Scenery XT. I had to take and adjust the land. It took me hours and hours and hours and hours just to learn how to use Ultra Scenery XT to make this background, this hazy background area. It took me hours and hours to learn how to use VDBs, okay? And to memorize all of my VDBs in my VDB collection, okay? I have them as a palette, okay? They're all in my head, okay? And I know all of my VDBs, the funnel VDBs, the explosion ones, the circular ones for the thrust VDBs, the cloud VDBs, okay? The poof VDBs, okay? I know all of my VDBs, okay? I had to learn them. That's what an artist does. They learn their palette, okay? That's what this is about. Okay, and if you notice how there's this depth of field, it took me hours and hours and hours, like several days of playing with depth of field to really learn how to use depth of field. Okay, and so I put all of these elements together. I put the scenes together, and I make art. That's what this is about. And so that when you go in, and when you go into the Daz gallery, you'll see a bunch of art that just doesn't look like it's there yet. And if those people want to take a look at my videos and see how I make a scene, what I do, how I change, how I edit, like just one thing, like editing hands and editing the pose, because once you put a pose on something, then you have to make that pose right. And especially if you have couples poses where they're embraced, and you can see I do a lot of couples poses because every finger has to contact, everything has to look natural, the embrace. the way the poses, you have to learn how to quickly manipulate all 10 digits. That's 20 fingers, and there's 3 joints, 4 if you count the corporal, the whatever they're called, but if you count the all 4, that's you know what, 120. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So that is 20, 40, 60, 80 different joints you have to just to pose the hands in a scene. So yeah, and you can use utilities that help you close and open the hand, like your the posing utilities in some of the poses by Digi. I can't remember, Digitimes or Digis. So, but it's very nice. I like how this has this sharpness in here, okay? But how it has the blur, it's done kind of nicely, I think, here. So, yeah. Now this grass here that's in here, I could take and also use that and take some of this tall grass out. I kind of like it there, but it is kind of distracting from the scene, where it'd be nicer to see. I think I'm going to leave it there though, because I'm not sure that I like the way his chest bends. It doesn't look completely natural, this particular pose. And so it does kind of hide a little bit of it. So, yeah, I think this is done. Is this one of my best scenes? I don't know. I will leave that to the people who judge art. Okay? But I feel like I did something. Now, one thing that I really don't like about this is it looks like it looks like the Alienator Pro. It didn't rotate these. It just stuck them in. Okay, it replaced them with this object, but didn't resize them and rotate them and so they're all like, this is the same, kind of looks like the same bow that's right here and here and here, you know, and possibly even here. So, and there, it's the same bow that keeps coming up. So how would you fix that? Well, you would go into ultra scatter, and you would scatter these instead of using ultra scenery. Ultra scenery is great, but what you can just simply do is, you duplicate the land, and then you hide the land, but you can also then you can take the land and you can use sections of the land and make surfaces, and then use those surfaces in ultra scatter. And you can then, I could put these, use the mask also with ultra scatter, but I can also I can then resize these so each one's a different size, and I can rotate them so that they all don't look like they're all the same plant that's just been kind of, but it's okay. It's okay in this particular instance. This is really amazing, the way the sun comes in like this. See, another technique. Everything in this, nothing in this scene is accidental, okay? Even the sky I chose, okay? And the color and the distance light that I use to come in and creep in and give these little rays through here. So now there's another way, another thing that I can use and that because the distant light is coming from the side, but I could have put a tree over in here and had the distant light like in front of the tree in front of the distant light to add just a few more like little shadows and stuff in here. And there may already be a tree in there, and the distant light may actually be coming through that tree. But that's because that would be turning culling off for the trees. And the culling is by default on, okay, for the trees. So, but all of this in here, this is all another object. This is the Ultra Scenery XT. So these are products that I have used so much that, but you know, it's like, how many videos can I make of Ultra Scenery? It's just instead of focusing on, well, this is how you use Ultra Scenery, and tomorrow I'll make another video of this is how you use Ultra Scenery, or I can make a piece of art. And I have so much art every day. Today I've made three pieces of art. And one of them is called was one that I made today called here. I'll show you another piece of art that I made today. This is what I do. All right, so home. This one. All right, this one. No, it's in here. All right, another piece of art. Now, how good is this? I don't know, but it's kind of interesting. And it's just a guy standing in this really kind of cool area. And it does kind of, and this took some work to make this, because I had to use dForce on his clothes, and it's like, well, okay, so I ran a dForce simulation, but then this was poking through, okay, and I was using the Daz Studio 2025. This was done in Daz Studio 2025, and Daz Studio 2025 doesn't have mesh grabber, okay? So I had to take this clothing, because this right here, I could see this white suit poking through his like sash here, okay? It was coming through, and there was no way to move it, because Daz 2025 doesn't have any mesh editing tools. So I had to go into, now I could have possibly cut that out with underneath and hidden it, or under with Geometry Editor, but instead I took this sash. It had problems also. It had like that little V problem where the Genesis 9 closed. It had like weight mapping issues in here. So I took the whole thing and brought it into Hexagon, and I did this today. But I didn't just say, well, here's how you take a piece of cloth and bring it into Mesh Grabber, into Hexagon, and edit it. I made a piece of art. Okay? That's what it's about. It's not just taking a cloth and bringing it into Hexagon and saying, here's how you smooth down this, and then you bring it back and you say turn on the reverse deformations or whatever, and that's that. No, in the end, you get to see a piece of art, okay? And that's this. I took this image that I made earlier today, and I put up here and said, working with a 4090 in Daz Studio, EZ3D, and this became the preview image for this live video, okay? So, but you didn't get to see me make this image because it was I had to have the preview image before I made the, so sometimes I have to make like 2 pieces of art. Today I've made 2 pieces of art to, in order to make a video. So, but I end up with a whole bunch of art, and that hopefully someday if somebody will look at and say, you know, this guy was an artist. He was a 3D artist. Look what he made. And I think this would be nice on a wall, you know, maybe like going up the stairway and you just look over and see this and say, oh, that's interesting. And then you go and walk up the stairs. Somebody's house, it would be nice to have it as a print on the wall. So I think it's kind of pretty. So, all right, what have we got for iterations? Okay, this is done. We're up to, let's see, 3,800 iterations. That's enough, so we can cancel this. And we're going to call this Fjord Traveler. Fjord Traveler. All right, and there it is. Save. So, you know, as I do these scenes, you'll get to see what I do, how I put in a, you know, how I always start my scenes. Set new. Okay, we'll cancel this first, just make sure it's saved. Okay, we go File, New. How do I always start my scenes? Create New. Okay, usually I always close Daz Studio down. That I don't reuse the shell, even though I can just reuse the shell and it'll keep all my render settings and stuff. But I always close Daz, okay, before I start a new scene, okay, always. So there you learn something. It's just very important to close it down, release all of the memory completely, and get a fresh project, okay? All right, open a fresh project. And now a lot of people, that's what the first thing they do is they go to their smart content, they go to their characters and they look for a figure. And they say, oh, I'm going to use this figure. Now, how many Daz channels have you seen where they have a certain figure and you say, oh, that's Michael or that's so-and-so, okay? That's how they make their scene. I have all of these figures and I use them, but I don't use them in scenes. I use parts of their shape, okay? And but I always put the Genesis 9 figure. I work exclusively with Genesis 9 figures, okay? Because of the PBR, the superior PBR skins, and the Genesis 9 shape. The Genesis 9, I have all of my poses converted to Genesis 9. So I have about 5,000 poses converted to Genesis 9. That's what an artist does, okay? They convert all of their poses. They get all of their clothing. They get all of their assets. They learn all their assets. They have them at their fingertips. Okay, so I always start a scene with one figure. I'll kind of get them ready. And then if I have them, they're going to be couples and they're going to be in some sort of embrace or you know, a couple interaction. Then I'll start and bring in another Genesis 9 figure, okay? But then I always start with the Genesis, then I add my shape to them. Boom. These are my shapes. So you can't look at my figure and say, oh, that's Michael, or that's Victoria, or that's, you know, Roy, or you know, any of the other figures. You can't look at them because they're mine, because I made their shape. Okay, and so, and I have all of these shapes here, and that's kind of enough to just be able to, this different head and a different shape. It doesn't look that way, but that's the way it is. And then, you know, I work my way up from this, but this is always how I make a scene, is always with starting with a Genesis 9 figure. The Genesis 9, the figure, the human figure, lets you know how big things are, how far away things are, how close things, where things need to be. So, yeah, you'll learn stuff while I make art. You'll learn stuff, always learn stuff through this, okay? You'll learn stuff. But the most exciting thing that I like to do is now, so I'll either go in two different ways, okay? I'll go with ultra scenery, or I'll go with my environments, okay? And say, okay, well, I need an environment. So we go with, we go here. This is a new one that I've never loaded into the scene. Merge into the scene. Okay, so let's create a camera first. New camera. Then I'll go back to here, I'll go to the perspective view, and we'll see what this thing looks like, okay? So there's my figures. So the camera was just a little bit too far out. So go back to the camera. We just zoom in a little bit, and there we go. And now we have this kind of strange here world here. And so what I would do is take this, and we take our scene here and rotate it. Rotate it Y. Okay, that's not working, so let's get rid of the cams. Oh, okay, I've got the wrong thing. So these are the cameras. Okay, so we were just rotating the cameras. Here, this. Okay, rotate Y. See, I want that probably behind him. Okay. Now, okay, what I'd like to do here is possibly cut out part of the scene. Let's see what this looks like in iRay. So yeah, so you just look at these particular things and say, what belongs here? You know what? And obviously the lighting isn't right because the lighting is not hitting him. So, but come up higher and say, is this what we want here? What do you want? And so you kind of play with it and play with the environment and see if the environment is something you can work with. Say, well, let's go look at these other environments. There's certainly a lot of them here. So, Vintage Street. What's the other vintage street? Vintage Street, what's this? Environments, okay, set, merge into the scene. Okay. My camera, perspective view. Where's my Genesis 9 character? Okay, Vintage Street. So we push this Z. Okay, what's going on here? Okay. Where's my guy? Z. Okay. And this goes like that. Back to the camera. All right, save this. Let's call it Cubana. I don't know. And see what this looks like in iRay. All right, so there you go. We're starting another scene. Okay, and this is what that's what this channel's about. It's about scenes. It's about making scenes. So what I can do is come a little closer to my character here. And turn the character maybe. Some pants. And a shirt. I don't think I have any shirts here. We're not going to worry about that right now. Some skin. So what about one of those little Chihuahua dogs or something? One of the little dogs standing there looking up at him. One of those, I don't know what they're called. And so we save this. And we go here. We go here. Parameters, sun, sky, dome, scene. And we go here. Okay, so environment tint, white. Okay, this sky isn't doing it for me. I'm not sure if it even changed, but Okay, my light is doing, so we got to take out the, we got to add a spotlight to turn off my light there. Environment options, let's rotate the dome so we can get some light on him. So, well, you basically get the idea here. So, and I could just go on with this scene for another hour until it's something comes up. Put the little doggy in, maybe have some other people walking here, maybe change his pose. It doesn't look that perfect. Not sure that I like it, but you know, you just come and work at it until you get things kind of the way you want them. And there's a little doggy. Little Australian shepherd. Okay. And we go here. Well, and we go vendor. Let's see. Shop. Now, see, in my head, I'm thinking of these products that I own, that I have these like little market stands. And we go, okay, vendor. Vendors. Market. Market. Okay, here we go. See, now you decorate the whole front here with this kind of stuff. This is what's called art, people. This is what you do. This is how you make a scene, all right? And you make it interesting. Spice. Man and the dog, okay. Group them. call it figures. Then I can move them together. Okay, we take the guy here. Sandals. Okay, let's bring him out a little more. Yeah. So, sandals. Now we go okay. Then we go to simulation. Make this so it doesn't look like it's it looks like it's actually hanging on him. Doesn't look like he's like a stick figure. Okay. Take the dog. Get his feet out of the ground. Save that. Give our guy some hair. Okay, I'm becoming despondent here. Hair. All right, and go up here. Z, let's get the car. Okay, parameters, X, translate. Z, translate. Y, rotate. X. Save this. Okay. Render this. Not sure I like the sky, but okay. The dog's kind of floating in the air. Now his eyes don't look right. They look, they're not looking down. He's not looking at him. They're not looking at each other. So, and the car is floating off the air. So, as you can see, there's things to do here. And if we can get the right lighting in here, things might actually blend together. Now I wonder if we can get them both to look at each other. All right, so we go the Genesis 9, and we go the dog. We go to our scripts, or is it favorites? Look at me. Look at each other. Okay, and we go preview. That didn't really work. Cancel. All right, so what if, okay, so I don't think it worked with the dog. So we bend him a little bit. Twist him. And take the car. Bend. Okay. Okay, let's go back here. Okay, now I got to take his eyes and blink them a little bit. They're too big. Okay, so we go here to Genesis 9. Blink. Blink. All right, this is what we do, and we make them so they don't look like he's just staring into oblivion. Let's see what this looks like in iRay. I think his foot's still going through the pavement, but I fixed some of the issues. Now the lighting, okay, but let's fix his foot. Perspective. Okay. Okay. One more thing. Save that. And now our lighting. Now Okay. Environment. Okay, this kind of works. Save. But then what we do, take our spotlight. Fine. Okay, I'm thinking maybe a distant light would be better. Spotlights can give you a dramatic effect, but sometimes they can be very artificial looking. Maybe that hair isn't right. The hair kind of makes him look goofy, stupid. So, all right, so we've got a couple of things. Let's put a distant light in. Okay, where's my distant light? Perspective. There's my distant light. Base. Okay. Okay. Back to the camera. Let's take our spotlight, turn that off. And let's give our distant light. Okay. we go, some natural light. Okay, let's add a little bit of fog, atmosphere. Can we do that? We'll bring this down just a little bit. Okay, let's take this down even a little more. Surfaces, 0.2. Okay. Nine. Okay, we take this. Twist that arm. Twist this arm. Okay. Okay. Now the hair. Fix the hair. I know the hair's not that bad, but it just doesn't look natural. Where's the hair? Try again with the hair. Let's see what we got here. There we go. What do we got? Do we have a scene? Do we have a scene? Okay, the hair's got to be darker. But I'd say we got something here. It doesn't, the hair's not too bad, but Puerto Rico. Nice. All right, so I think we could just kind of leave it right here. Leave it as is. So, but let it render more. I think what we're going to do is take our smoke and give it a little bit of a color. Surfaces, kind of like this color. Yeah, make it a little bit more so it's not just white. And what about our depth of field? Can we do something with that too? Here. I don't always use depth of field. Okay, close. When did I last save it? There's another crash. That was a Daz crash. So I don't know if I saved it for a while. It's 11 o'clock. All right, let's see what we can bring back of the scene. I don't think I saved it for a while, but sometimes I do. Sometimes I'm pretty smart to save things. I might have saved it when I don't think I saved it with the Xander hair. Okay, I don't know if I saved it after I did the hand pose. The arm. Did you see how quickly I just put that arm? Just knew exactly how to manipulate that arm. That's from hours and hours, days and days and days and days, years of posing figures. Yep. Of moving their arms and fingers and everything. And I pulled out that utility and stretched his hand out with the utility, so I didn't have to do each and every joint of his hand. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so we still have, so I saved this, believe it or not. I think the only thing I didn't save it with was I don't know that the cloud field is still yellow. Let's see what if the cloud field is kind of brownish, then I saved it actually quite. See, it would be surfaces. No, yeah, the cloud field is brownish. Yeah, so I did save it there. So what we're going to do, so all we're kind of waiting on here now is our depth of field. So we have to, I don't think I have my camera locked. Yeah, I do have my camera unlocked. So we can go now to parameters. And we can go to camera, depth of field. And we go now to our perspective view. We have to look at it from the side. And make sure, okay, I think I want to look at it from this side. Yeah. Now where is, okay, my camera. Focal distance. Okay, it's definitely not in the right place. is there. Okay, let me see. Focal distance. It's got to come out more. So it's at his eyes. About where his eyes are. Okay, camera. Save this again. Okay, see how that works? And let's see what this looks like. Okay. All right. Okay, this mist and stuff will reticulate. That will kind of get, I think a fog wall behind here would be kind of nice. So, yes, cancel this. So we take and go back to here, is it? Fog wall. Where are you, fog wall? Okay, I'm going to lock my camera. Okay, now the fog wall is where? Okay. This way. All right, I think I have to rotate the fog wall like this. Move it back. Let's see what we got here. Okay, that looks like it's kind of in the right place. How did I do that? Scale it. Scale it some more. More. All right. Then we take and go here, 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 and we surfaces 2.5. All right, let's make sure that this is on relative to density, relative to size. Okay, now we're going to do it a little bit more. 3. 2. And I think this has got to be scaled a little more. There we go. And I think also we'll take our camera and we'll like this. Bring that in a little more narrow. Okay. Okay, this fog here has got to be colored. It's too white, it's got to be kind of made yellow like the ground. This fog here. Surface. Okay. Now this has got the right kind of thing. Yeah, I'll let it reticulate. I think it's ready to render. I think I'm going to just let this. Okay, now I have to set up my render settings. You know, sometimes I come off as if I know everything there is to know about this stuff, and believe me, there's stuff for you to figure out that I have no clue about. There's stuff that you know about that I know nothing about. So there's just, as us people who've been using Daz for a long time, as we know, the more you dig, the deeper the knowledge goes with all of this stuff. And so I just don't want to, come off. I think my long suit, or my skill is in having aesthetics and being able to look and say, this looks nice. He has to have, his clothing has to be, what do you call it? Run a simulation on his clothing. His eyes are staring out. They've got to look, I've got to close them a little bit. It's just having the aesthetics to look at a scene. That's why I'm an artist, because I have that ability to look at something and say, oh, that is too white. It's got to be toned. It's got to blend in with the colors of the scene. Now, there is a way to make that absorb more light, so I don't have to make them yellow, so that they actually absorb the light from the scene more. Okay, I didn't do that. See, this is the absorption multiplier, and this makes them absorb light from the scene, okay, rather than pass right through it, okay? So just so you know that there are things that there's a whole world of things for you to know, and there is a whole world of things that you know that I don't know. And this is why I really love it when people do participate in the chat and want to be, to participate in this and all, so that I'm wondering whether if just an overall, like a poof, and like just an overall kind of VDB might be good to kind of add a little bit of atmosphere to this. So, but I'm not there yet. So I kind of like the fact that some of the things are very sharp and clear. So what was I going to do? There was I'm just going to set the render settings. So we go to optimization. We'll turn that on and see how these guided lights. So this guided sampling, I think that can make your lighting better. Okay, so that's just something I've just been doing a little bit of look. That's new in Daz. Okay, turn that off. The maximum samples, I believe that can also make your renders better, the lighting better in your, I'm not sure, but I believe that is a possibility that that can also add. And this spectral rendering, sometimes that can make it can make your skin tones look more natural. Sometimes it doesn't. So sometimes it just doesn't work at all. So there again, it's all a matter of aesthetics. Does it look good? Does it not? You know, and that's where, so maybe in watching this, you can see the techniques, and then you'll start to notice and say, oh, he's staring out at this. He needs, and maybe a spotlight isn't right. Maybe the distant light is better. Sometimes you put the distant light in, it just doesn't work. And you go and say, you know, like that image with that I started out in the beginning of this with the guy looking in the mirror. The distant light wouldn't have worked in that scene. That scene needed a spotlight. So yeah. So this is ready to just let it render and render and render. Now there's something glary here, and something that I'd like to learn how to do is make my VDBs finer, make them have more granulated. Now that's something I don't know the answer to, so I'll leave that out for people. But I believe the way to make a VDB more dense, you can work with the density, but I don't know that it actually makes the particle. It just puts more particles, but it doesn't make them finer. Okay, and so the way to make them finer, I think, starts in the program like Blender or and unfortunately, that's the way a lot of these VDBs are, is they're just not dense enough. And that's probably because they were made with the idea that people might not have very powerful graphics cards, and so they have to take and compromise on the quality of the VDBs in order for them to so that people with systems that don't have as much RAM could still make use of them. And so that's the kind of thing, you know. There's something about them that still doesn't look natural, but then there's something that does. So it's just, so I'm not sure. I don't think it's that bad. So I'm not sure what it is about his pose or his clothes. Maybe when I turned him and moved him that I threw off his clothing. Maybe it needs some smoothing, you know, and to come in and do a little bit of smoothing and fix out some of this. So there's a little puffy here, you know, so, but I can't, I actually do have those tools here, but whether if they still work in Daz, I'm not sure. His hair. So this looks like this scene is rendering slowly. Okay, so we're up to okay, we're up to, actually it's not rendering that slowly, but it's reticulating slowly, which means this scene, in order to get finished, could actually need to go up to like 6,000 iterations. So yeah. So we're up to almost 2,000, and this is what we've got, and I'm not pleased with this at all. I don't like the way his hair looks kind of noisy. The dog's fur came out beautiful. There's a little bit of noise in here. I'd like to see these VDBs really reticulate, so like become less grainy, and that will happen by the time, could possibly happen by the time. It looks a little grainy up here, a little grainy in here. So the lighting, and this is where we get to the precipice of what's happening with Daz Studio. Why does this look grainy? Okay? And the reason why is because of this war going on between iRay and PBR and the new, Blackwell 5090 rendering engine versus the iRay rendering engine, and that Daz Studio is halfway in and out of the door, okay? And what we need with Daz Studio 2025 is we need Daz fully in the door, and I wouldn't mind if 2025 didn't work at all with any graphics cards except the 5090. Because we have this, we have the 4.24, we have this. Make this work with the 4090 rendering engine and drivers, and make Daz Studio 2025 work natively only with the 2025. But I don't think it's that simple, okay? Because the textures on this building, okay, it's not Daz Studio, it's in the products, okay? It's the PBR Uber shader or whatever. It's the PBR shader that was used in these products, and how it's responding to the lighting that's in Daz 4.24 versus how it would respond to the lighting that is in Daz 2025. Now, if I'm wrong about these things, you can go down into the comments and discuss this stuff. Bring stuff up. Carry on a conversation with me, okay? That's what the comments are for. It's so that people who in the future watch this video, they can look and say, "Oh, that dilemma got answered in the comments." And every once in a while somebody does come in. Now look, see, this looks like it's reticulating more. It's looking kind of like what I wanted it to look like, but it still looks grainy. This still looks grainy, okay? This, and where are we at? And if it's going to be sad, okay, we're halfway there to 6,000. In a way, I don't feel like this is going to reticulate much more. I mean, yeah, it will. It might just become just fine enough, but like I told you, I can tell when a scene needs 6,000 iterations. Maybe I could even go up to 12,000. And this right here, see, this doesn't look good to me. But it's, there again, it's aesthetics. Looking at these, this doesn't look good. These little lights here don't look that good either. Okay? So, and there is a thing, that's what NVIDIA did when it deprecated iRay. It deprecated the lights, okay? It said the iRay lights are terrible, and we need a new lighting system. And so now they have this thing called unified lighting, okay? How much of that are we seeing right now of this unified lighting? It's probably not, because this is rendering in iRay. But the thing is that some of the elements, remember the mesh lights when they did all those changes to the mesh lights and transparencies? Well, that may have been some of this unified lighting stuff actually creeping into Daz. So how much of that, is Daz still really iRay? Because most of the things, all of his skin, probably all the fur on the dog, all of the textures on the clothes, probably everything, maybe except the car, and maybe it's not. Maybe these are iRay, and that's why they're kind of grainy like that. He's definitely, his clothes are, obviously it knew what to do with his textures, okay? It knew what to do with the textures here pretty much. There's a little bit of graininess here, but but it seems as though it's this whole scene here that looks like it maybe, and what does it need? Maybe what I needed to do was take this entire set here and convert it from iRay to PBR. These are things that we're going to learn about, okay? Is that that maybe, iRay items, how many things did we buy that were iRay? And is Daz 4.2 actually rendering with some sort of combination of iRay? Okay, we're up to 4,000. 4,500. We could go up to even 12,000. Look how much further it says we could go to render. So I'm just going to leave this rendering and rendering and rendering and see what happens to this, okay? I have a feeling it will smoothen out, but it's going to take a long time. This will smoothen out as well, a little bit better than it is. I don't know if this is going to smooth out at all, this particular, but I'm still kind of glad I put it there. So it's just because it gives me that little bit of a kind of atmosphere in here. Covers the road. These textures here, I'm not too pleased with these textures. They look a little bit mosaic, kind of. They have that look. So what is it? There's another word for it, but they kind of look hash, like some kind of a bit hash. So yeah, I mean, but look at the sharpness here and all. So yep. All right, that is going to do it for my session today, people. I have been here for, well, it's going on 5 hours. So what more can I give of myself, you know? It's like, so, and all through this, it's been technique after technique after technique after technique after technique. That's what it is. It's learning and talking about stuff, talking about graphics cards, talking about, so there's a lot of stuff packed into this video. And, you know, a lot of this stuff, most of you probably already know. So, but if you learned one or two things that you can take with you into your scene building, then that is all good. I really like the way his face, and especially like in this area, the lighting in here, it's kind of interesting. This scene was very difficult because of all of this graininess that's here. It was very difficult to make it work, and maybe by the time it hits 12,000 iterations, it will have reticulated. So this is the part this is the part I'm worried the most about in here, is getting this to look smooth. And this part here doesn't look good to my eye either. And unfortunately, these are like right kind of in the foreground of the image. So, and I would have hoped that the depth of field would have blurred this area out, but it just doesn't seem to have worked. It's digitalization, you know, digitized. Doesn't look good. So, but maybe people won't notice that as much, and maybe if once it hits 12,000, that it will smoothen out just enough. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it's just like keep putting raw iterations into a render will fix things. And it's this 4090 that's got the power to just breeze through those iterations, and you know, and put 12,000 iterations in an hour, you know. So yeah, it's that, and we're up to 6,000. I thought 6,000 would be enough, but maybe even 12,000. It could even need that much. So this is starting to look a little better. Okay, this is starting to look almost acceptable. These ones are okay. This is okay now. It's kind of a little speckly, but it's okay. This is starting to look better too. So a little bit softer looking rather than, so every once in a while it puts another speck in there, you know, and it just smoothens out that area. This I'm still not too pleased. It's getting better though. So all right, thank you for watching, people. This is gonna do it for me. I'm gonna play the splash screen and I will be back in a minute to say goodbye. Well, that's that. That's it for today. Thank you for watching. I will see you again in the next EZ3DTV tutorial. This is Rex Red saying good night. Thank you, Chris. Serenity's Gate. We had Art here, Brent. And we also had Angus here earlier. And when it all started out, we had Nicholas come in. And let's see, is there anybody I missed? I think we got them all. Yes, people, thank you for hanging out and watching. Chris, it's always nice when you come in. Yeah, and I have noticed you got some awesome products in the store. Check out Chris Cox's great items that he has made in the store for us. And I am going to be like going crazy on the store eventually again, but I've been paying my bills lately, so I have had to cut down. Yeah, 13,000 items in the store is quite a few. So thank you for watching. I will see you again soon. This is Rex Red saying so long for now. And enjoy your rendering and make some art. Okay? Take care. Bye-bye.